Just setting up all the posts to let people know I'm streaming. Okay, I think it is time. Hopefully everything is... everyone can hear me. Oop, oop. Starting soon is off. Okay. Let me just test the audio levels. See if I can hear everything correctly. Starting soon is off. Okay. Looks good. Okay. And so I continue making a new character for Low Poly Nights. I'm thinking of making like a Khajiit or Tabaxi equivalent for the next one. Mesh layer. Give that a moment to catch up. Duplicate, edit. Rid of this, I just need some base to start the neck on. Where is... I need to make some changes to this. I was gonna say, I think last time my buddy Caden mentioned that this guy is built like a Pop-Tart. Give him some little bit of definition. It's still keeping in with the very stylistic aesthetic of it. Should be good. Switch over to my Maya hotkeys. I can actually reuse some of this. Actually, I'll go ahead and get rid of the texture on this just to not get distracted by it. Come on. Also do that same thing here. Duplicate. Special. Where is it? There it is. I don't remember what the name of this tool even is. I think this is it. Yeah. And now we try to morph this shark into a cat. Or a wolf or something. I need vertexes. It's more of a turtle. What does a cat's face look like? Yes, the wonders of science. A little bit of math and some artistry, we can turn this fish into a cat. I will need to get rid of the fin at some point. I'll do that now. Okay, now to get this into the shape of vaguely a cat head, check some reference photos. I need some kind of protrusion right around here for the little mouth bits of the cat. Um, what kind of shape is that? I think I know. Oh. I'll take care of that five-sided polygon down there at a later time. I don't know much about modeling, but I know you're supposed to not really keep anything more than 4 sides because the program starts being kind of unpredictable with how it tries to just subdivide it behind the scenes anyways. Um, whoop. It was not being translated evenly, or at least on the right axis. Actually, that should probably stay where that is. I should probably lower the rest of this. Kinda, sorta, almost getting there. Of course, I might also just have Caden, when he has time. He's volunteered to make some extra assets for this, so I might have him kind of give this a once-over. I shift all the rest of these pieces of the face back? Oh, forgot that part. Oh, I think I know what kind of needs to happen next. First, that. I think I'm onto something. Could be very, very gravely mistaken, though. The shape exactly on the cat's little face bits. I see. It goes right up into the nose there. Go that way for now. El gatito. And I think what I'll end up doing is I'll probably end up reducing detail later to fit more with the low poly aesthetic. I'll subdivide that one though. This need to go. Oh. Somewhat cat-like. They'll probably rely, like a lot of low poly models did, on the textures to really like sell the facial features, like the nose and some of the fur details. And for the eyes, because me hide that, hide that. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna get a new set of teeth for the cat folk. Let me set this to wide center. How far wide apart are cat's eyes? Oh, they're pretty like right there. We'll adjust the shape of the head from here. I finish getting the eyes where I'm approximating they'll go. I will more than likely need to come back and kind of get new coordinates for the group that the eyes are already inside of, because they're set up in a way where I can animate them around the head as needed to get different angles, almost like Mickey Mouse's ears. But I need to. I think if I was going to export this character rig as a new version for the cat folk, it'd be I'd be going through the container that holds all of these instead of the actual animatable thing. Because if I zero these coordinates back out, they'll zip back to the side as if they were on Shirker Blue. So, problems to be solved once things are a little further along. Whoop. That's pretty silly. I don't hate it. uh, Let me save as new. I think I will need to make another. Temporarily get that out there so I can make another cut in there. There we go. Oh, that looks so silly. Nah. The 3D process is magical and hilarious. I will definitely need to have Caden do a visual pass of this and work with him on it. uh, Gamer. Okay. So, I think I need to put a cut here. Get that shape out. Doesn't really selling the cat facial shape though. What am I missing? Oh. Khajiit look like? Oh, I see. There's the very real possibility that this character will need a completely different set of joints and bones for the head compared to the ones that are shared between the other two characters. Um, Let us see. Nope. These eyes are probably going to need to shrink. That should about do it. Come on. That's starting to look better. More of a slope to the cat faces I'm noticing in like Elder Scrolls. Doesn't really end in a flat plane like right there. Yeah, something like that about, I think. There we go. Let me save that. We're getting somewhere. Oh, hello, J-Bots. We are making a cat person for low poly nights. Or trying to, anyways. I highly suspect my professional modeling and texturing friend is going to give me a scolding over this and then tweak it and make it better. But I want to at least get the groundwork started. Hello, Kyle. Oh, I completely forgot to share the stream in the Elder Council. Let me go do that. Uh where is that website? I was worried I would forget one of the main friend groups. There we go. Okay, so I'm trying to think if there's anything else this really needs as the base form of it. I think after this I'll work on some environmental stuff. I do want to eventually have the characters kind of go into a version of an Oblivion gate. Oh, actually don't know if I can do closed captioning on this. Let me see. I saw a thing for closed captioning earlier, but I don't know if it can do it live. I don't see any options. Okay. Also, I do not really know like if anybody wanted music on the background because my taste in music is all like copyrighted stuff that I don't think I could use on YouTube. So I have it without for the time being. Something to think about later though. Uh, those could probably be merged. Mesh display. Keep forgetting where the merge option is for this. There it is. I don't have the keyboard shortcuts of the modeling tools memorized because I barely use them. That is actually taking up shape nicely. Yay. Oh, automatic captioning. Will I choose stream from the left-hand menu within the stream settings? Click on closed captions. Stream settings. Closed captions. I can't seem to turn that on. Stream latency. Yeah. That is a little disappointing. But I think where are they? I need to get some ears on this character. Second. That ended up working better than I thought. I should probably merge these two. Yeah, that should work. I'll work on polygon retopology later. Okay, so for some ears, polygon modeling. Oh, you do have live captions on from Google Chrome. Oh, okay, that hopefully works pretty well. I'm doing well. Just a chill weekend. Not a whole lot going on besides this. Job hunt hasn't been as fruitful as I'd hoped, so I'm still searching. Oh, thank you. Hello. Yeah, with not having a job at the moment, I have had more time to work on animations, but need to make money somehow, so the job hunt continues. I don't know how far back to put these on the character. Mesh display. Soften. Yeah, no, it's not. Sadly. Play harden. There we go. Don't think I need to, but I'll leave that filled in for now. That innermost face in there probably doesn't need to exist, since it's probably never going to be seen. I'll get rid of that later. Modify, freeze transformation. This character might also be the first one that desperately needs eyebrows. Let me see this. The layering for these in the viewport might actually artistically accurate whiskers. I'll say some she whiskers might be enough if it is a cat. Yeah, I'll probably do some like very thin, like low, like maybe 2 or 3 polygon whiskers to have going off there. I'm gonna see link to. Nope, that is not exactly what I was looking for. That's a mood. Where is the full blink? Oh, that's full blink. Catnap. Eyebrows might just ruin the feel of it all, maybe. Maybe. If I do them, they're going to be their own cards, so I can just have them turned on and off as I want. But I so far have coasted along with the other characters on just it being with the eyelid shapes like this. Um, Although this character I might need to add some kind of modifier to the eyelid angle direction control so that I can have them be offset for like a confused expression. If I were to, for example, nope, have to. And this one control rotates the layering breaks it, so it's just like that's just in the viewport. It renders fine. Though I might need to look into an alternate rendering engine because come September the $1,200 license fee for continuing to use V-Ray is up, and if I don't have a job by then, that's a lot of money for something that I can potentially just learn to use a different render engine that's either cheaper or free, the one that comes with Maya, or try and learn Unreal Engine as like a rendering solution. But I need to figure out if Unreal can do these like coordinate shifting sprites for the eyes. I'm sure it can. I just need to figure it out. Uh, I've tried learning Blender a few times, but I struggle to learn it, and I know Maya so well that I'd be kneecapping myself with the animation production process for God knows how many months or years before I'm caught up to the same software knowledge as I am with Maya. But I should learn Blender at some point. Because with Maya, I know a little bit of modeling, rigging, rendering, and the animation tool set. Not to mention I've got AnimBot here, which is a paid for plugin that really helps. But I'd be essentially starting from scratch software wise with Blender, and the few times I've tried to pose characters, it feels weird compared to Maya because I know Maya so well. Ah, my cup of water was closed. Yeah. The problem I keep running into is whenever I want to actually make a video, if I start learning Blender for it, that instantly shoves back how long it takes to make it by like a month or two before I'm at somewhere that it would be satisfactory, and then I just switch back to Maya to save time. But I have time, I should just try and learn it, but I might have to rely on other people for rigging and whatnot in the meantime. I think... I can't think of anything else I would do for this now. Let me look at more reference photos of cats for a second. Uh, they'll definitely need ear controls for the angling of them. I can't get that to mirror. Where is... tools? Oh, nope. Plus, I know I want to learn Unreal for the job hunt because I'm still shooting for the games industry. As foolish as that kind of is right now. I'll consult with Caden on how far back to push that in the head of the character. I think that's pretty good. Now I do wonder if the edge of the mouth should probably be up further. At least for this character. That looks silly. That should probably be up even further, I think. Like that. That needs some work. Hello. I try to unkerfuffle this. I think I can get rid of some of this detail. Cat. Delete. That is a little bit better. I might have to look at the anatomy of the skull of a cat to know where the jaw hinge is to get this exactly right, but I also know Caden has had cats his whole life, so that'll be another thing that he might just know that off the top of his head. I am traditionally an animator by trade, so the modeling and character artistry of making these characters is not one of my not on my resume as a skill, so to speak. Get that back out. And this doesn't need to. A lot of keyboard shortcuts I don't have memorized, and I've been using this program since like 2010. But on the subject of Blender again, I do have some rigs I've downloaded over the years from various gaming communities like Halo and whatnot that I could probably use to start practicing, at least learning the animation tool set. I think that's pretty good. I don't know if that be up further. I think that's pretty good. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, we've been kind of somewhere for a while with this. Also, if I do end up wanting to learn Blender, I know Caden is more than willing to help me out when he has the time. He's been one of my best buds for a while now. I think that's good. Let me save as new. There's anything I've learned about 3D, no matter what program you're using, always increment and save so that you have versions to fall back on if something gets corrupted. The save +1 I have a shortcut key for on my Elgato Stream Deck, so it's just like a little macro button I press. Remember to hydrate. Drink your water and make sure you're not shrimping. Unlike the dirt shrimp, shrimping is its natural state. Was I? Just going to save this as a photo for right now. Ooh. I've been alerted to a new video. I will check that out later. Probably could give this cat some, like, tiger fangs. That might be a good idea. Oh, the chat scroller on my thing didn't go all the way down. What have I missed? Well, the mouth open, yes. I have the same with almost every program I work in, Blender, Photoshop, whatever. I'm like, wait, what's the hotkey again? Yeah. IDs aside, of course, I don't use many hotkeys. Yeah. Hydrate or dihydrate. Yes, that is correct. There's also, I will occasionally tell my friends who have been up for too long, go to sleep. And if they respond, sleep is for the weak, I'll respond, yes, they are weak because they need sleep. Go sleep. Okay, now for a tiny little cat fang. That is too big. I so for the life of me, this I'm looking at the primitive shape from front on, and they always seem to start with the least amount of detail facing off to the side for some reason. It's never aiming straight forward along the z axis, which in Maya is like front looking at the front side of something. I have no idea why Maya never like makes it so that when you're done with it it's like rotated like that. I just for the life of me don't know. Uh rotate. Also, Maya has this quirk where the numpad enter key does not exit the text box you're in when you hit enter there. It does for the return key, like in the main part of the keyboard, but I was so sick and tired of hitting the numpad enter key because it was closest and easiest for me to hit. And then it'd still be like in the text box over here for the number, and I'd go to start like hitting like a shortcut key like W to move something, and then I would end up typing like W in a box for a number value. And it was just so annoying. Uh, but I have a program on Windows called Power Toys, which is like additional Windows features and stuff you can download for free. And I use that to remap the numpad enter key to be the normal return key, since Maya won't let me do it in its own hotkeys or in the Logi options for my Logitech keyboard. I found a workaround. Catfang one. I feel like that does add some character to it. I think that's pretty good. Save +1. I guess for everybody who's watching, what are you doing on this fine Saturday besides watching me stumble my way around 3D modeling? Factorio. Oh, I have heard of that game. I've heard that's one of those very cathartic games for the people who enjoy like management and sim style games. Just for the sake of this thing looking decent in the preview render, doing some PM work for a client. Ooh, nice. Mesh display. Harden. There we go. Make that be a little more visible from there. A little cat nose. the one game I play where I can play an entire night without realizing it until it's too late. I can do that with several games, but more often than not, I will be very aware of what time it is most times, but there are some times where I'll like get into a way. Like the last time I was really trying to accomplish a particular goal in my most recent playthrough of Elder Scrolls Oblivion, I blinked and 2 hours had gone by, and I was like, huh. Actually, I think I could potentially get rid of this line here. Yeah. Oh god, the biggest adjustment for me once I land whatever job I get next, if it's not like one that's remote from like California or something, is having to go to bed for like normal work hours. Because right now I tend to go to bed around 3 or 4 a.m. and wake up around noon. If I can get a job with flexible hours, that'd be kind of cool, but like that time slot when I go to bed, that's how I am able to socialize with most of my friends, because I've got one friend who's over in Oregon, and other friends who are in my time zone, but they're on and active late at night because they work so later during the day. I remember my job at Geek Squad having some nights where I was able to stay up late and talk to them, but it wasn't always a guarantee because they shifted the schedules around to give everybody a little dose of like morning shifts, evening shifts, so not no one person felt like they were getting the short end of the stick for their shifts. Efficiency and automating things so you don't have to do things by hand. Which doesn't sound very interesting, but god dang does it just take you by the neck and doesn't let go. Oh, I kind of feel that way with certain things in 3D. I know enough of Maya's script editor, not enough to code anything by myself, but I can like go through some actions, kind of copy the code that Maya is feeding through into the program to do the actions, and then make like little buttons that automate like a whole process, like selecting all the bones in the skeleton and baking their animation for exporting for like Unity or something. I don't want the kitty to look bored anymore. Nothing. I know what I want to do with these fangs. I keep them like that for now. Actually, Oh, geez. Like, does Factorio... It, is it... I didn't... Actually, I've never played Factorio, but is that like... Like, are you working towards a goal other than just managing a factory? It's now getting stuff to automate that delivery. Oh. Oh, like to get off of the whatever planet you're stuck on? Oh, I see. Actually, I'm gonna redo these fangs. Please soften edge. Well, that's better. You know, the last strategy game I played uh, didn't have any building in it, and it was Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector. I still need to finish that game, but I'm at the point now where each individual mission takes like an hour and a half to play through, even when you speed up the animations. That looks better. Here's might stand to be a little bigger. Nope, I want the vertex. I wonder, would this look better with two fangs? Make it really fantasy and fantastical and not like a quite like a normal cat. Nah, one fang is fine. Any plans on playing the rumored Oblivion remake or Skyblivion? Skyblivion for sure. I still have about a year or so of Game Pass banked. If I do ever decide to like manually start putting more time into it from like prepaid cards, I'll go for Game Pass PC because I haven't touched my Xbox Series X in like oh god, maybe a year at this point. Definitely playing Skyblivion. It is still a thing. They're trying to release this year, but that could change. Um, but if the Oblivion remake is still really a thing and they do end up releasing it, I will more than likely play it as soon as feasibly possible. If I have any obligations that day or that week or whatever, I'll wait till the weekend and just see how it's like, because I've got Game Pass PC and well, Game Pass Ultimate at the moment. I have no reason not to try it. Um, yeah, I love Oblivion, so I will definitely try the remake, but I until we get concrete confirmation that the remake is actually happening, which I don't really have a reason to believe it isn't a real thing at Microsoft, but until then, I'm mostly excited for Skyblivion because uh, as much as I love Oblivion, I really do like the feel of Skyrim's combat more than vanilla Oblivion, and so it's everything I like from Oblivion in the combat systems that I love in Skyrim. So that's for sure going to be a baseline level of fun that I will probably not have very many issues with, outside of if they, need to issue a few patches to fix some bugs. But that I'm expecting that. Let's say I know I just recently finished a playthrough of all of the Skyrim DLCs on my current character on PC. That was my first big PC character, and they've lasted about 2.5 years, I think, 3 years. The real question is when Skyblivion launches. Well, if it does, it should hopefully. Um, am I gonna try and mod it for my first playthrough, or just go with the way the modders intended? I think I can see something that might need a tweak here. Can't tell if that's just a shading thing. The crease it's auto assigning for this polygon. I don't think that'll show up in render. My prediction is that the official Oblivion remake will be a pure graphical upgrade, which will basically be a skin over a relatively unchanged game. Yeah, I can see that being a very easy choice to make on Microsoft's part, because for a lot of people have said that Oblivion's graphics are its biggest thing holding it back from a modern audience really accepting it. Master Chief Collection did that. Well, Halo 1 Anniversary, and then Master Chief Collection did it with Halo 2, and that seems to be a winning formula. I think Skyblivion reworked dungeons will make it a better game overall, even if the graphics don't look quite as good as the official remake. That's where I'm at, because the fact that they're tweaking and like kind of going in and redesigning dungeons to have like, oh god, the one that they showed off like a year ago where it was a vampire dungeon, and there's like this cinematic like scripted animations that play as the vampire at the end kind of wakes up and begins a multi-phase boss battle. That kind of redesigning thing, so it's not exactly the same thing that I know from the original. That's what I'm excited for, because it's like Oblivion with a fresh coat of paint design wise as well. But again, won't know until we actually see the official remake, if we ever do. Yeah, completely. If they're making dungeons to actually be more fun, I'll totally install Skyrim just to play Skyblivion. You will need to own vanilla Oblivion. I think the way it is going to work is you will be given a program that looks at your install of Oblivion and looks at your install of Skyrim and kind of does its own scripting and coding, but grabs assets from both while also downloading the original new models they've made for the game, like new sets of armor, new enemy models. And then it packages that into its own executable that you can run separate of the two. Yeah, you should be good then. Um, the one thing I'm guessing right now is that, and this is easy with Vortex mods, like for Nexus mods, the Vortex mod manager, you'll probably need to temporarily, if I were to guess, this is speculation, you'll probably need to disable all of your mods as if you're on a clean install before the program does any of its asset grabbing to create the Skyblivion like executable or game proper. But that's just a guess on my part. I have truthfully no idea. I just knowing what I know about mods, how sometimes they replace and overwrite temporarily existing game things like meshes and models, that could be something that ends up happening. Yeah, we've had Oblivion go on sale on every major Steam sale, so I know over on my Blue Sky account, Oblivion loading screens, I usually plug that whenever it happens so that people are, hopefully a few people, if they weren't already aware, are aware and prepared for when the mod releases. They rarely did mods actually overwrite vanilla files in the full directories. Oh yeah, I guess I was wrong about that. I'm not sure. 6 is good. I think that Starfield did a lot of good things, but it's fundamentally flawed in too many ways. I hope Elder Scrolls 6 is a course correction for the studio. Me too. I had a little bit of fun in Starfield, but after about, I swear the game is gaslighting me because I feel like I only played it for like 10 hours. It said I played it for like, I think 20 or 30. Um, by the time I was 20, 30 hours in, I felt like I had seen everything it really had to offer and kind of just stopped playing. I did a quest where I had to find a criminal aboard a space station hospital, and the criminal like killed people, like medical staff, and I did find it funny that like I could go back to the main medical like central hub of the space hospital, and I had no dialogue options to tell them, hey, by the way, some of your employees are dead and there's been a huge explosion, and you just can't alert them at all. And I'm like, ooh, like I know they probably wanted to focus on the plot mainly and not have like side stuff like that, but uh that in particular, after having played Baldur's Gate 3, that felt like oh, I feel like I should be able to warn these people about their dead employees, dead friends. It's like, oh no. I think that's good for the character for right now. Rogue catfolk. I might have to come up with a better name than catfolk, but that might be what I end up calling them. Oh yeah, same. I was surprised to learn. I could have sworn I'd played Baldur's Gate 3 on my second playthrough sooner, but I apparently last touched it like a year ago before I played like for like an hour or two a few days ago. Oh, ah, nice. I know I want to try uh the CRPG, the Warhammer 40K CRPG Rogue Trader. Um I have that access to that on Game Pass PC, but I kind of wanted to finish Avowed first, and I'm still working my way through that game. Well, I have it well, it's through Game Pass, so it's going to be free forever, I think. Which game, Avowed? Or Rogue Trader? Oh, Baldur's Gate 3, yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is great. I Avowed so far has been really good. I'm taking my time with it and just enjoying the exploration and combat. So I am actually I don't think there's going to be any personal information. How many hours into Avowed am I? Given some of the playtime is 3.8 days. So I've been taking my time. A lot of that was me stepping away for like snacks and whatnot. Like a good, probably like 3 or 4 hours total of stepping away for snacks and restroom breaks over the few weeks I've been playing it. But it is. I think the combat in Avowed is really fun. I am about to enter, I think, Act 4 of 4. Uh, but I really like the combat and exploration. Baldur's Gate 3 was amazing, and I was itching for more D&D because the last campaign I was in kind of we got to the very end of it, and then everybody kind of went their separate ways as far as like adults with schedules is concerned. So Baldur's Gate 3 is I'm feeling the urge to play D&D 5th edition, and I can play it then. I'm waiting for Avowed to go on sale on Steam. Also waiting for Stalker 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to go on sale. I've heard nothing but good things about both of those games, but I think Kingdom Come Deliverance and its sequel are probably not games that I will enjoy. But again, I've heard nothing but good things about those. It's definitely Avowed is like $70. I probably would not have picked it up as soon as I did if it wasn't on Game Pass, and the only reason I'm playing it is because it's on Game Pass. So for me, it's no additional cost. I still have like a year to a year and a half of banked time in Game Pass, so it's just why not try it? I will, if anybody ever wanted to get Game Pass, views on Microsoft's ethics and business practices aside, Game Pass for PC is, I think, the way to go if you're a PC user. It's the cheapest form of Game Pass, and you get all the PC titles that they give you access to. But I completely understand if somebody doesn't want to support Microsoft and doesn't want to uh, give them money for anything like that. So if that's the case, just wait for a sale. As of right now, I don't think my Game Pass is going to get renewed once it runs out because Microsoft has not been uh, respecting developers as much as I think they should. Super janky, but the jank came from sheer ambition. Oh, yeah. Whereas that kind of faded over time with Elder Scrolls, and they just kind of kept uh, like saying, okay, it's done, moving on to the next project. The community will patch it. But like technically I think compared to an Elder Scrolls game, Kingdom Come has like way more systems that have to line up with each other and more room for error, I think, from what I've heard. So the jank is kind of forgivable in that case. Uh it was superbly optimized. It runs well on my friend's rig, which is almost as old as mine. A friend of mine has been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but he stopped because his computer kept crashing, but his computer is also getting quite old. But when it's not crashing any modern game, really, that game was running pretty darn well, I think. So, where are bones? Where are they joints? There we go. Get a screenshot of this. There we go. Oh, geez, yeah. I keep. So I used to work at Geek Squad, and one of the things they had us like kind of like memorize to like tell clients was that pre-built computers like your standard HP and Dell laptops and desktops usually had a shelf life of like 4 years, but I keep forgetting that I have like a custom built desktop now, and so it should last closer to like 5 to 7, I think. So 8 years old is just pushing like I think 90 in computer years for like a person. Helldivers 2 is a darn slideshow. Oh no. Yeah. The problem I've had with a lot of modern games, Helldivers 2, Space Marine 2, Avowed, is that like a lot of them get kind of finicky when you alt tab and have a tendency to crash, which I don't really have with most older games, Elder Scrolls and Bethesda games excluded. Besides my fifth playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, geez, it took me. My first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 was like 200 hours. So I'm taking my sweet time and many extended breaks for my second playthrough. I'm also really replaying God of War Ragnarok now that it's on PC, loving both games all over again. Hell yeah. I mean, that depends on where you get it from. There's a pre built. If it's a pre-built. Yeah, I know a little inside information. They kind of warned us during holiday seasons at Geek Squad that like iBuyPower and CyberPower pre-built computers are kind of like whatever parts were left in the bargain bin, and they use those to build PC lines that are supposed to look premium. And at one point they had us like it was the holiday season. A lot of parents like in richer neighborhoods were buying their kids like pre-built gaming PCs, iBuyPower, CyberPower, and sometimes in shipping, like a component in a pre-built, unless it's really packaged well, will like jimmy itself loose. And they said, hey, if somebody comes back trying to return an iBuyPower or a CyberPower, just take it over to Geek Squad and see if you can't have them real quick. Just like unplug and replug back in the graphics card, the RAM, and all that stuff to see if it would get it working. Because one of Geek Squad's services is new PC setup, and we were trying to get people to not just return them because that was just a loss to the company apparently if they fully returned a pre-built computer like that from those brands. Never had any issues with alt tabbing, but I had issues where my mouse sometimes clicks outside the full screen window somehow. Oh no. Oh, excuse me. Oh no. Reseating components is one of the quickest things to try. Yeah. I got my computer built by a company called AVA Direct, and I think I picked like second best of everything at the time, like 3 or 4 years ago. And I've got an oh god, what kind of graphics card do I have? NVIDIA 3060 Ti, and that thing was packaged really solidly, but I chose my parts. They emailed me a few times saying, hey, we're out of this kind of RAM. Do you want this kind? This isn't compatible. Do you want this instead? And then they sent it to me, and that this computer has been going solid. I did replace the RAM, though, and get like 64 gigabytes of RAM. I'm still running a GTX 1080. Oh, no. I think I really don't know computer parts as well as I know software, so I think I've got a good idea of what that like that's like how many years apart that is from like my graphics card, which mine is now like 3 or 4 years old. Okay, I think it is time to stop working on the cat person and start working on some environments. uh Settings, display, file, open. It's insane how old this thing is, but only in the past 2 years has it gotten to the point where it can't run games. Oh no. Oh yeah, for sure. Also, one of the reasons I cling so hardly to Maya is that it is still, by and large, the industry standard for a lot of studios, though. There have been a few job opportunities that did not line up with me, sadly, because I don't know Blender that well. Very few so far, though. Hello, Aegis Mind. Using Maya. Pressed Alt B to get rid of that gray background. Uh, Alt B? Oh. Oh. Oh god. This gradient background brings me back. Oh god, I remember when that was the standard. I don't mind the gray background as much. Uh, File, create reference. I want to get a character in here for a sense of scale. I want to make my own version of an Oblivion gate. Wendy's gradient screen. uh, Fantasy, Rigs, Shark Knight VO7. Yeah, I actually came up with the name Low Poly Nights after I had made these folders, so the internal folder structure in my hard drive calls this entire series just fantasy in a few spots. Option, show namespace. When they started using the same gradients. Oh? So when are you making full 4K textures and high poly models of these guys? Uh, sarcasm. I will not be making high poly models of these guys, but I might see if a friend would if it ever came to it. I don't doubt that there is going to be a time where I want to make a joke in Low Poly Nights where they install high res models for at least one character. I've got quite a few jokes centered around, written centered around installing mods that get a little too overambitious, because that opens up a lot of humor with this kind of series. Uh, oh, for it to catch up. What's the best Elder Scrolls race and why is it Argonians? Well, it's Argonians because if you happen to get to a section where you need to go underwater, you will thank yourself for not needing to remember to bring potions of water breathing or have to worry about the oxygen meter. And in a lot of cases, you do not have to worry about poison as much depending on the game. Uh, that is why Argonians are best. At least to me. It was so funny because I usually play Argonians every single time I play an Elder Scrolls game. Uh, Much to the dismay of anybody who I told that to when I finally played Morrowind for the first time, like all the way through and actually had fun with it. Um, but there was one or two times where I was playing Oblivion and I wasn't on an Argonian and I went underwater for some time and I looked like, why is the why is that blue meter at the top draining? Oh, that's the oxygen meter. Because I like never had to deal with it actually draining. It would show up when you went underwater, but I'd never seen it drain before. And I'm like, what is this? What is this strange thing happening in this game? They do have scales. That is true. I need. So I didn't make any concept art for my own legally distinct Oblivion gate, but I'm trying to think what I want to even make it look like. I don't want to make it look just like an Oblivion gate, so I'll probably have it be some kind of other material and some other shape. Uh, I I do firmly agree with that, but after 10 years of trying and failing to get into Morrowind, I had enough knowledge just from secondhand sources like watching videos and whatnot. If you stick, like really stick to the weapon type and attributes that go to it from character creation, it is not as bad. Though your tolerance for that kind of thing might still be like low enough that no matter what you do, missing it all can be frustrating. I truthfully don't know why it clicked for me the last time I tried it, like a few months ago, but I chose a class that specialized in Longblade, and I stuck with Longblade. That was the first weapon I bought, and it was not too bad, but I also installed like a movement mod that rebalances because you are slow as a snail in that game. But with this mod I installed, you jump further and walk faster, and I also installed a mod that did not drain your stamina just by moving at full speed. I was playing with controller on OpenMW, and the game ended up being a lot more fun than probably I would have had if I didn't install those mods. If you want to roll to hit, do it the way Baldur's Gate 3 does. I that works for turn-based games, but if you're doing it in a real-time like action game setting, I'd still prefer it just like if you hit, you hit and not roll dice under the hood. But yeah. The one thing that really got me to try it again and not try to mod out the dice roll combat was somebody telling me that the enemy have to roll to hit you as well, and once you're a higher level, they will miss you more often than you miss them because your skills are focused in like getting much higher than their base skills do as the enemy NPCs. And so the mud crab is more likely to miss you over and over than and you'll just hit it every time once you're like level 10 or higher or once your skills are pretty high. That alone, once I learned that, I was like, okay, maybe I'll stick with it and try it. And I did still miss attacks every now and again up through like, I don't know, 20 hours in. But after that, it really wasn't as big of an issue. It was more of a very rare surprise, like, what? Oh, I didn't one hit kill this cliff racer. Well, that's weird. But yeah. Of conference has ended. I've arrived. Hello. I should probably order food soon. Um, no, what do I want this Oblivion Gate thing to look like? Oh, I think I know. This should be fine. I'm thinking right now like a triangle, like three claws kind of up and curving, and uh maybe give them more of a stone texture than a jagged volcanic rock texture. I'll probably like down res the texture like I did with the grass here to make it look more like it's got some like ye olde low res texture blurring on a model from like the older games and like N64 titles. Height. Oh wow, that's really, that should be fine. Time did I eat? I ate around 2:30, 3 o'clock. 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. I might go for another hour and then order food. Maybe another 30 minutes. Uh, oh, why are the trees selectable? I keep forgetting to actually like lock the trees in this scene file. Because I can play with these shapes quite a bit. Uh, Make it look like it's actually made of like constructed stone instead of it being like jagged rock. Uh, hmm. I want that more curved. My brain is telling me that an orb or a ring up at the top near the spikes would look cool. There were some kind of gates like this, I think, in Elder Scrolls Online. I don't really remember. I only ever encountered them like once or twice in what little I played. Oop. Division access. Nope. Leave that as it is. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Feel a rumbling in my tummy. I might have to use the restroom soon. Uh, I will be retexturing. Like, I'll probably have to manually just recreate this pattern once I've textured one of them. Or you know what? We got circles now. I vaguely remember the last version of Maya I used before 2023 did not have a circle primitive. I've never actually tweaked with this thing before. Oh no. Aegis, I'm sorry. Subdivision, okay. I am really digging this design right now. That circle will be the portal. I think it'd probably be a little smaller. Have it just be floating there. Bump you back a little. Actually, I wonder what... Let me save this. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have saved the, I probably should have saved, like, referenced in the background instead of just opening it up first. But I can export the Oblivion gate as its own object later. Oh, thank you. Environment field 01 field portal 01. Mesh display, soften edge. I kind of liked the hard edges, make it look like it's like an extruded circular diamond shape. Display harden edge. G. There we go. And then I'll have to whip up some kind of texture for the actual portal thing here. Oh, that's what that does. Doesn't really need that much geometry in the middle of it. But I'll probably play with the alpha and transparency to have that be like fade off to the edge. Okay, now let me see. UV edge. I truthfully do not need the bottom plates of these things. I think that could be right. If there's anything I've learned recently, Maya does not like leaving the hypershade open during other things as it slows it way down. There we go. Actually, set up portal. Yeah, the one thing, Aegis, unfortunately, that is I haven't landed a job yet, so I've got the bill for the next 3 years of V-Ray coming up, and that last I checked was $1,200. I'll have to check to see if they have any discounts or anything. But if I don't have a job, oh, thank you for subscribing. Uh, what is that name? I I don't know how to pronounce that. Yays? Hux Hodge? Thank you. It's only cheaper than their $100 a month plan I was on. Yeah. I paid $1,200 for 3 years, and that ended up being a lot cheaper, but that would be a lot of money for me to spend when I don't have a job. I could afford it, but it's probably not wise. So I might temporarily look into. I need to do some tests to see if I can batch render the same way with Arnold, because I batch render using command prompt, and I'll need to see if that works out. Because if it does, I can just switch to that until I can afford V-Ray again. Because right now I have Maya Indie and Animbot, which I think together are like 400. Maya Software, no, God, no. You're funny. Um, drink of water real quick. I need to test to see if I can batch render with command prompt, because batch rendering in Maya, like in the software, is rough. Uh, Mental Ray is not included in the newer versions of Maya anymore. You have to pay for it to keep using it now if you want to like reinstall it into Maya. And not to mention the last time I tried using Mental Ray and compared it to using V-Ray, it's like, oh, this looks bad, like really bad. I was actually rewatching Star Wars Episode 1 the other day with riff tracks, and so it's like, yeah, I can tell this looks like it was rendered in Mental Ray. Yeah, all around helper. This is the second stream I've ever done on this channel, so this is kind of new for me. Yeah, Mental Ray no longer comes free with Maya as of like 2022 or 2023. It's Arnold that it comes with. And I was looking up to see about the batch render process with Arnold, and somebody was telling somebody else on like Reddit that it can't batch render out of the box, and you have to pay for a license to do that. And it's like, ooh. So I need to find a solution, which might end up being Unreal Engine or Unity for rendering, but I need to look up tutorials on how to do that, because the eyes on my character are cards like sprites, and in Maya the coordinates of the UVs shifts around as I choose different expressions for like blinking or the eye getting narrow. Um oh so I don't know how that will translate over to Unity or Unreal for rendering. I suspect I might need to render as an alembic file, which can be huge, but I'll have to see. I need to do some research. Plus, if I end up learning Unreal, then that means I can use that for the job hunt and like game dev jobs. No, no, never. Oh god, I've heard horror stories of YouTubers hiring animators, but they're like all kids who uh don't really have any professional experience yet, and they burn them out and like barely pay them, and it's like, oh no. Uh what's it doing? Your material. I don't even know if I have any good textures for this right off in my on my hard drive already. Um Portal stone material. Okay, have fun and good luck. To Brave Wolf. Uh, Portal Stone. Thankfully, I don't even use normal maps or specular maps or metallic maps or anything. I just use diffuse. Uh, Portal Stone diff. Oh geez. I I've not heard of that in particular, but that sounds like something that, it sounds believable. Uh Texture maps. What do I have for metal? I don't think any of these are really gonna help me. Oh, that actually works quite well. Um. Oh, what the hell? That ain't right. I like I get that seam line to be a little bit better. Yeah, I actually in Low Poly Nights, I think 3 and the April Fool's video on the fake like Dingus Mods website screen, I actually have the retexture for the trees and the grass. The author of the mod in the joke screen is like 3dtextures.com, and that's actually the website where I got the textures from. It's like a free like texture map website. Let me uh I've never visited the website without like an ad blocker on, so I don't know if they have like egregious ads or anything, but uBlock Origin has kept me safe. Resources. Yeah, it's 3dtextures.me. Uh it has been very helpful. Let me That is the website I get these textures from. They have tons of them, and I think they're adding new ones pretty frequently. I don't know if they've stopped yet. I haven't actually checked to see what their most recent stuff is. But I think I am going to try and recreate these spikes because I noticed that seam line there. And I want to kind of have that off to like the exact side, I think, or in the middle. It looks fine on one of these, but the nature of a cone, it's never going to look like it's never going to have a perfect seam line unless you like paint the texture to it. And most seamless textures are square based and not like cone based, so yeah, you're never gonna really have it look that good. Uh, I portal stone. Close that and wait for Maya to catch back up from chugging. We might be here for a moment. Oh yeah, it super is. Probably order food in the next 10 minutes. I'll take a brief break when food arrives, and then I might switch to Oblivion around that time. There we go. How many? I did 1, 2, 3. There it is. Yeah, why it doesn't keep the seam line aligned on like the Z-axis? I don't know why. Can I please run over textures? There we go. Uh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So divided by 14. That is certainly a number. Hmm. Wait. I can math, just not very well. I'll just eyeball it. Whoa, too much. That should be close enough. Save that. Nope. That's about right. I'm just eyeballing it since it doesn't need to be an exact recreation. So to get it roughly the same. Is that's fine. And I can probably shift the UVs over a little bit to add some variation to it so they don't look exactly like copy pasted copies of each other. There we go. So far, so good. Remember to hydrate. Well, it's 6:30. I think I'm actually gonna order some food and then step away for a brief bio break. And then I'll come back and keep working on this until the food arrives, and then I'll take a brief break when the food gets here, and then play some Oblivion for some. See if I can come up with any inspiration for new jokes and stuff. Uh. Where is my app? Gonna get some sushi and chicken. Hopefully everybody is staying hydrated and getting some good food today. Where is... Whipping up chicken thighs soon. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, actually, I gotta go to the bathroom real bad, so I am going to put up the loading screens, or the be right back screen, and I shall actually let me see if I can quickly in OBS set this up. Stream loading screens. I'm gonna turn the music on for this thing. Hopefully that's not too loud. There we go. Okay, I shall return in a little bit. I'm going to use the restroom while I finish ordering food, and then I'll be back at it for a bit. I have returned. Oh, wait. That is the wrong be right back. Oh, I didn't even rename that element. Modded Elder Scrolls loading time, yeah. There we go. I see Coravana has left for the day. I don't know if you're still there, Aegis, but I take it with Maya being out of commission for you at the moment, your big project you were working on is on pause. Now, part of me wonders if I can get this working. I'll switch over to Oblivion after my food arrives, which is actually... What's the estimate on that? 7 o'clock to 7:15, so in 5 to 20 minutes. It's sushi, so it'll not take too long to eat, and then I'll be on to Oblivion. I wonder if I can't get these. Excuse me. Looks pretty good. Oh, Banun on Panic's account. How do? Share a YouTube. YouTube. Sharing a YouTube account in this economy? Oh no. Do you have any ibuprofen or Tylenol to take? Or do you need food and water? I've had that happen before. Oh, it's sleep related. Oh no. Uh, file. Portal ring. Diff for diffuse. I flop around like a fish out of water. That's a word. Fish out of water. Texture maps. What do I got for texture maps? I was just curious what that was. Metal. What do we got for stone? Rock. Nah. Maybe. Kinda. Hmm. I have an inkling. The proportions on this are way off. Sent you blue from yesterday because I forgot. Oh, thank you. There he is. I love he. Where is transform? Oh yes, I want transform. Nope. There we go. That should also, I think, be doubled. There we go. Make that look old and rusty, even though that's a rock texture. Though I might see about making this like gold or something. I think that's my food. Would appear so. My sushi is here. Oh no! I said that was a good drawing of blue and that my sushi is here. It is okay. I'll be right back while I go get and eat some food, and then after that, some Oblivion. Let me save this. I'll get the food in a second. Mesh display, soften edge. Yep, that's my food. Hello. I have consumed the sushi. Well, at least the first of 2 bits of sushi that I ordered. 'Twas good. Okay, it is going to be Oblivion time here in a second. Let me get that set up. There we go, there's the desktop. Have to let me know if the game is too loud. Are you still there, Banoon? Off to adventure. I haven't done that quest yet. At least not on this playthrough.
My children are starving. Please help.
I forgot the funny console command in Oblivion. Oh. I think there's a few of them. I don't really remember. I don't know which one you'd be referring to.
Hello? Oh there. Arthralos is a sneaky one. Kind of makes you...
This is modded, by the way.
wonder what he's up to.
I heard that he stood in one place for hours just to teach himself how to be sneakier. Sounds boring.
I don't remember what half of these spells do. One that duplicates yourself as an NPC. Oh god, I've never done that one. I remember, oh god, UESP mentions like that's like a really risky one because if you end up attacking yourself, your clone, if you're in a guild, is considered a guild member, and that is considered attacking another guild member, and you can get expelled from your current guild. Destructification, 19.
I see. Take care.
I know what that one was.
Bye.
Oh, these are basically the same spell, except I added 3 seconds of soul trap to one of them.
What can I do for you?
I had one called Chungus Blast. I can't remember what that one was. I think I'll stick to... Weakness to shock for 5 seconds. 40 points for 1 second. Soul Trap. Soul Trap. 45 points for 3 seconds. That... I think was the better one. Crispification.
I've killed. Far worse than you.
What was the bottom one?
What's going on with you?
Lightning Smack. Lightning Smack is the weaker of them. Let me see. Hopefully the game isn't too, like, loud or anything compared to the rest of the volume. I think that's about as good as that's gonna get.
I've heard that Nord warriors have traveled from Skyrim with orc
As soon as I figure out something
mercenaries
to change Lightning
to
Smack
assault
to.
the Redoran of Morrowind.
I'm not surprised. It seems that Skyrim is always involved in a border dispute.
Oh, I can't explore
It's you.
beforehand.
Hi.
Have you... Well met. Welcome to the Bloated Float. She's the finest inn on the water in all Cyrodiil.
I should probably turn on subtitles for this for the stream. I usually keep them off in case I happen to find like a funny NPC face to take a screenshot of for Oblivion loading screens. I'll like put fake text for their subtitles. Let me gameplay. I'll turn those on for this.
Fair. Well, Vinicia Melisea takes all the merchant complaints in the city. There's a room, all right, and a fine room it is. Yours for the night for only 10 gold. A wise choice indeed. You've never had a night's rest like this, I assure you. The room is down below deck. It's the door on the left. Well, you've already got the room. It's down below deck. Farewell.
One on the left. I should probably update the stream's description to say it's just I'm just playing Oblivion at this point. Oh, I leveled up. Now, I've never played with this mod on and gotten this far before. I think I would have to level up a few times in a row to distribute the points, because it's a mod to affect level scaling, where every skill I level up automatically gets the +5 instead of like a +1 and then like, or +2 and then depending on how much more you did, like +3 and +4 and +5. Somehow put out to sea with myself on board. I need to find the owner and discover what's happened. I actually looked at one point to see how the waterway goes out to sea from the Imperial City, like Lake Rumere, and yeah, there's a one point where the water between the Imperial City and the sea is just like a foot deep, like no boat could make it through there. Let me save real quick and quickly edit my stream description. Okay, I think that should do it. Okay. OBS, come back to me. There we go.
Hey, who in Oblivion are you? You don't look like one of the Blackwater Brigands. What? I was told there are only 2 others on board. I locked the bouncer in the storage room, and she has the owner. So that leaves you. Now I'll ask again. Who are you? There's no one else in our group except the 4 of us. The Blackwater Brigands don't just take on new members out of the clear blue sky. When we formed the Brigands 3 months ago, I was told no more than a 4-way split on all the profits. So stop telling lies and tell me what you're doing here. Then perhaps my sword can find the words that your mouth cannot. Ha!
I have my destruction at 100. Who call themselves the Blackwater Brigands. They must have hijacked the bloated float and put her out to sea. It appears Lynch has locked the bloated float's bouncer in the storage room. I should search his body and see if there's a key to free him. Lynch's instructions. Instructions to make your way to the bottom deck of the ship and secure all of the rooms there. Make sure you don't disturb Minx. She is to be left alone to do her assignment. Remember, after the ship is scuttled, we'll meet back in Breville in 3 days. Make sure you destroy this note after you memorize it. Oh. Me. Nope. Okay.
Have a look. May I interest you in some of my fine ware? Be seeing you.
I imagine my
About time someone showed up.
persuasion spell won't really help me on these guys. I couldn't remember if they had like a persuasion based
Thank you for freeing me.
response.
I'm Grumman Gromaran, the bloated float's bouncer and helmsman. I've been locked in that storage room for hours. I don't know exactly what's going on, but not long ago, a gang of thieves calling themselves the Blackwater Brigands stormed the ship. They took myself and Ormil, the float's owner, hostage and put the ship to sea. I have no idea what they're after. If you can get me safely to the top deck, I can steer the float home. But I'm not budging until the coast is clear. I'm used to dealing with drunken louts, not a gang of well-armed thieves. The float has 3 decks. This deck is the inn deck. The next level up is the tavern deck. And then there's the top deck. All I know is there seems to be 4 of them. They blindfolded me before they put me in here, so I didn't see much. Good luck. You'll need it.
Actually,
I'll wait. We rarely get real trouble here. The watch puts a stop to rough stuff damn quick. I'm mostly ornamental at the bloated float. Makes folks happy. Good luck. You'll...
Oh, there. Where do you think you're going? Celine's not going to like this one bit. I wasn't to be disturbed. Lynch set you up here? Why? Did he send you to talk to Celine? What does she need assistance with? She has Ormil under her own watchful eye in his cabin. Something isn't right here. What happened to Lynch? You? You bested Lynch? I always knew he was out of practice. Oh, well, I suppose it's up to me to do his job for him as usual.
Oh, you dodged that. There you go. Oh, wait.
Have a look. Let's do business. That's a fair deal. Bye.
Nice work.
Oh. Wait, was I supposed to come here?
Top deck clear
I
yet?
was just taking some screenshots just there. Where's the captain's quarters?
Greetings to you.
Oh, I thought... Oh.
What are you doing up here? They find the Golden Galleon yet? Orders? Celine didn't tell me about this, and I don't remember her taking on someone else to help us find the Golden Galleon. When did all this happen? Damn that woman. She promised a 4-part split when we recovered the Golden Galleon. She never said anything about splitting it 5 ways. She said when we got back to the safe house in Breville, we would divide the loot after she fenced the damn thing. Do Lynch and Minx know about this? Well, since they're out of the way, if I kill you, that means Celine and I split the take 2 ways. This heist is getting better and better.
Oh, wait. Nope, wrong spell. Oh, I'm glad he didn't go overboard. Sword. Armor. All these keys. No, come back. Oh. There we go.
Have a look. Let's do business.
And... where's that ebony longsword?
That's
There we go.
more than I'd usually pay. That... Bye.
Get that to finish.
Top deck clear yet?
Can I talk to you now?
Sounds like the coast is clear, so I'll make my way up to the ship's wheel. But I'm not moving this hulk an inch until Ormil is safe. I thought I heard an Imperial woman's voice while I was blindfolded. Other than that, I don't know much more about her. Be cautious. Their leader sounds dangerous.
How'd you get in here? Roth? I told him to guard the wheel and not talk to anybody. Who are you? We made a solemn pact not to let anyone else join the gang. I can remember it clearly, even though it was... What? Can no one in this gang keep things secret? I suppose you think you know why you've taken over the bloated float as well. How did you know about that? No matter. Once I've taken care of you, we'll scuttle the ship and be off to our safe house. No one will find us there. Again you have surprised me with your knowledge of our operation. I suspect Lynch didn't check all the in-rooms before we departed. You must have been hiding down there and made your way up here.
I might play the DLCs.
How did you get past Minx, Roth, and Lynch?
I'm probably at least gonna do Shivering Isles, but I don't know when. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna do the main quest first. I've only done the Shivering Isles twice before, and I didn't really explore and do a whole lot of extra questing, like side questing, so I might try that for once this time.
Impossible. You defeated the three of them alone? I'm humbled by your skill, and fear that assaulting you would lead to my own quick demise. Please accept my surrender. Here's my blade. Please, no treasure is worth my life. The bloated float is yours. I've already surrendered.
Thank goodness you arrived when you did. I feared that I'd be thrown to the slaughterfish. If you get Selena safely locked up, I can tell you all I know. I won't feel safe until you do that. Thank goodness. Now that she's surrendered, please escort her to the last room on the inn deck. We'll lock her in there until we arrive at port.
I've nothing more...
I guess she just went inside on her own. Oh, right. Wait, what do you have to say?
Many thanks. Thanks again for helping us. I'm sure Ormil will reward you appropriately.
Wait, get back here.
Now that Celine is locked up safely below, I think we can all breathe a little easier. I can't thank you enough. Well, I'm afraid all of this was my fault. They hijacked the bloated float because of me. Business has been waning of late, so I invented a story. I fashioned a tale about a golden galleon that the previous owner hid within this very vessel. It was to be a statuette made completely of gold. At the time, the idea was quite clever, I thought. I figured the lore would draw more curiosity seekers and adventurers looking for the treasure. What could the harm be if while they were here, they bought a drink or two? My business has increased quite a bit since I leaked the story. Well, obviously, I was mistaken. It was a terrible idea. I'm just glad that no innocents were hurt. I wouldn't want to have their blood on my hands. Anyway, sorry to ramble. You better get below now and rest until we arrive safely at the Imperial City docks. Celine no longer holds the bloated float. Once we get to the Imperial City, I intend to make sure she is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I'm glad that you were on board to help rid me of them. If you hadn't been here, I don't even want to think about it. Please, go get some rest.
And over here.
You're awake. Good. I didn't want to disturb you. I suppose you're wondering what I did with Celine. The authorities at the Imperial City took her off the ship as soon as we docked. I was also informed that there was a reward for her capture. Here you go. Don't spend it all in one place, unless it's here, of course.
I actually missed how much gold was there as I was reading the subtitles.
Farewell, my friend.
Didn't take long for them to
You're
get back here.
always welcome here. You're welcome on board the bloated float anytime. I saw them haul her off to jail. She was not happy.
That was one of those little quick, short side quests that's amusing.
The bloated float rents beds. Only place on the waterfront. Cheap, and it's safe. So long.
Now I... Oh, what was that sword I got? I will go stash that in my player home.
A coin for an old beggar.
It's funny to hear a random higher than normal volume exclamation from an NPC. I think I'll continue the main quest, actually. Where... And by coincidence, I already found the lair to the Mythic Dawn hideout for later in this quest.
Sit down. Don't say anything. Just do what I say.
Yeah.
How are you?
Listen, I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him. Good. Remember, wait for him to follow me. I want to see what he'll do. Search his body. I'll keep an eye out in case any of his friends are nearby. Good work. I am glad to see you, by the way. You just caught me at a bad time. The assassins who killed the Emperor were part of a Daedric cult known as the Mythic Dawn.
No, I
worship
will
the
not
Daedra
become a
lord
vampire.
Mehrunes Dagon.
Not again. Not
I've been
after last
tracking their
time.
agents in the Imperial City. I guess they noticed.
The enemy has the amulet.
What? They took it from Joffrey? Things are worse than I had thought.
Joffrey had one job.
Thank Talos he lives. Martin Septim, you say? We will restore him to the throne. It is the sworn duty of all blades. There's a scholar at the Arcane University. Tarmina's her name. Supposed to be an expert on Daedric cults. Why don't you take that book to her? See what she makes of it. I'll keep running down leads on the Mythic Dawn network. If you learn anything, you can find me at Luther Broad's. May Talos guide you.
Now I wonder if
Hope you learned something from Tarmina about
I
that
can
book.
skip part of this
Might just be
quest.
the break we need.
'Cause I already know where their little hideout is.
What do you need, friend? Hello there.
I've done this quest like 20 times. Was it over here? Yeah. What a coincidence, I'll only be a few minutes away. In game time, it's like seconds. Nope, I cannot interact with this yet. One second. Will you do the Dark Brotherhood quest line as well? Probably not on this character. As of like, I don't know, 7 or 8 playthroughs ago, I generally started like predetermining like, okay, this character would be evil or this character would be good. Or this character would be willing to join the Dark Brotherhood, and I kind of plan out like, for the most part, sometimes if I just feel like it, I'll just do the other quest lines, but I'll usually just decide ahead of time what the character would do for like, would they do the Fighters Guild, the Mages Guild? Although I rarely do the Thieves Guild, I don't really like that quest line very much.
Greetings, Guildmaid.
Where? Oh right, I'm in the Arcane University now, so I have to go find her elsewhere.
Hello,
She's not just in the lobby. You are sent to jail, you'll be able to hide one of your lockpicks up your nose.
Greetings. Ah, you must be the one I got the message about. How can I help you? You know of them? One of the most secretive of all the Daedric cults.
Did I just disrespect
Not
the Grey
much is
Fox?
known about them.
A little bit.
They follow the teachings of Mainkar Cameron, whom they call the Master, a shadowy figure in his own right. Ah, yes. Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. Wonderful. You have a scholarly interest in Daedric cults, then.
Yeah, for some reason I just don't really like the Thieves Guild questline as much. All the extra like thieving you have to do just isn't all that fun to me. I might do it again at some point just to refresh myself on what happens during all of it, but I usually like all the other quest lines more.
Find them, eh? I won't poke my nose any further. Official business and all that. I'm used to working with the blades. Don't worry. Say no more. In any case, finding them won't be easy. I've studied Mainkar Cameron's writings a bit myself. At least those that I could find.
That
It
is
is
true.
clear from the text that Mainkar Cameron's commentaries come in 4 volumes, but I've only ever seen the first 2 books. I believe that his writings contain hidden clues to the location of the Mythic Dawn's secret shrine to Mehrunes Dagon. Those who unlock this hidden path have proven themselves worthy to join the ranks of the Mythic Dawn cult. Finding the shrine is the first test. If you want to find them, you'll need all 4 volumes of the commentaries. Here, you can have the library's copy of Volume 2. Treat it gently, if you please. As I've said, I've never even seen the 3rd and 4th volumes. You should try first edition over in the Market District. Phintius, the proprietor, caters to specialist collectors. He may have an idea of where to locate those books. The Holy Book of the Mythic Dawn, supposedly written by Mehrunes Dagon himself. If it exists, it would be an artifact of great and evil power. They worship the Daedra Lord Mehrunes Dagon, according to the teachings of their leader, Mainkar Cameron. No one knows how widespread the cult is or where their shrine to Mehrunes Dagon is located.
Sorry if I keep pausing, I am messaging a friend.
The supposed leader of the Mythic Dawn cult. He wrote the infamous commentaries on the... The commentaries are contemporary with Tiber's Septum, over 400 years ago, so he is unlikely to still be alive, although you never know.
You never know when some evil wizard is gonna make,
It was so
become
nice
almost
chatting
immortal.
with you.
I am looking forward to in Sky Oblivion their planned reworks to make the fight with the end of the Mages Guild questline with what's the King of Worms' name?
Time you need.
Mana Marco, making the fight with Mana Marco a lot more interesting. I never really liked the Dawn and Dagon as an antagonist, though I much preferred Dagoth, and Alduin. I'll be completely honest, I like them all about the same. I've never really been disappointed by an Elder Scrolls main quest and or villain, though some parts of them do get kind of tedious. I've only done Morrowind once, and I've done Oblivion way more than I've done Skyrim's main quest. Right now I'm curious if I can just go straight to the cult shrine right now and go from there. Since I found it earlier.
Dawn is...
Nope, not yet. Wait, did I kill the guy who was here last time? Guess not. I dare you to save the NPC they're gonna kill. I usually try to. I usually retry that fight over and over and over again until I get it right. The one thing that sucks is when Boris and Joffrey are out in front of Bruma during the Battle of Bruma, and you really can't control whether they live or die. On my last playthrough, I actually used console commands to revive Joffrey, but everybody still kept talking like he was dead, because once that quest flag updates, their scripting for what they can say never re-reflects it if you bring him back, because the game never expects you to be able to bring him back. So, first edition. I remember these quests well. My hoss is stabled outside. Oh.
Hi there. Go ahead. You've already rented.
Hi.
It always is weird to me that these hotels don't have more rooms. The resurrect command works, yeah. I have no reason to act like a real character here and like eat once a day or actually sleep, but I find it fun, so I will continue to do so.
What? You must be referring to Mankar Cameron's commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. A common mistake. It comes in 4 volumes. The first 2 volumes are rare, but you may run across them from time to time.
Chug
The
40
third and
pieces
fourth
of
are
cheese in
impossible
one
to find.
go. I don't have that many. Hello, heart palpitations, my old friend. Check my heart rate real quick. I think it's already back to normal. 76 beats per minute. 71, 70, 69, 67. Okay, it's going back to normal. Let's see, I let the dogs out about an hour ago. Need volumes 3 and 4.
I happen to have a copy of Volume 3 on hand, but I'm afraid it is a special order. Already paid for by another customer. Sorry. Gwyneth would be terribly disappointed if it was gone when he came to pick it up. So sorry I can't help you. I don't know him personally, but he was very eager to get his hands on Volume 3 of Cameron's commentaries. Came all the way from Valenwood. As a matter of fact, he's already late for his appointment to pick up the book. Feel free to wait for him if you want to speak to him yourself. Good day. What do you... Go ahead.
You don't dislike me that terribly much. You're just coded to be a grump. How much cheese? Do I even have any cheese? I don't have any cheese. Come on, dude. I always love how you, like, defy gravity when jumping in this game. Where is this dude? Oh, here he comes. Gotta wait for him to get the book first. You are dressed up in red robes.
I'm here for my book, Mankar Cameron's Commentaries, Volume 3.
Of course, here you go. Keep us in mind for any future needs.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't tell you how long I've been looking for this book.
Where does he even go if I don't follow him? I'm curious now.
Good to see you.
Oh wow, you go through the door all the way from there.
Hello.
Where do you go? I'll just talk to him.
What can I... Have you been following me? Leave me alone. That book is mine. The Mythic Dawn. Are you... I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about any cult. Very well. I can see you're familiar with Mankar Cameron's commentaries. I know that Daedric cults are not quite the thing socially, but that's just foolish prejudice and superstition. For the adventurous, open-minded thinker, Daedric worship holds many rewards. What? The Mythic Dawn were the ones? You have to believe me. I truly had no idea. I mean, I knew they were a Daedric cult. Mankar Cameron's views on Mehrunes Dagon are fascinating, revolutionary even. But to murder the Emperor, Mara preserve us. Yes, of course. I don't want anyone to think I had anything to do with their insane plots. Here, Volume 3 is yours. What you do with it is your business. You can only get Volume 4 directly from a member of the Mythic Dawn. I had set up a meeting with the sponsor, as he called himself. Here, take this note they gave me. It tells you where to go. I don't want anything else to do with the Mythic Dawn.
The achievement for getting like 10 Daedric artifacts is always a rough one.
Yes?
Why did my phone just light up? Friend has messaged me. Okay.
You're not easy to get hold of. What have you found out?
I have found out that they are holding a meeting.
This just might be the break we've been looking for. Good work. We need to get that fourth book, then. If Tarmina is right, we can use these books to locate the Mythic Dawn's hidden shrine. Let's go. Like I said, she's one of the brains over at the Arcane University. Supposed to know everything there is to know about Daedric cults.
Skyrim is the Wabbajack. The Wabbajack was definitely more useful in Skyrim, I think, than it was in Oblivion. Actually, there was a Creation Club content from the... I want to say it was the Anniversary Edition, I think is the name of it, where they just repackaged it with a bunch of Creation Club content. And the boss for it was the Shivering Isles themed little quest line. And the boss for it was so stupidly overpowered. The only real way I had a chance of defeating him was to, unless I like waited until I was like 40 or 50 levels higher, was to hit him with the Wabbajack and hope I got the effect that it just killed him outright, and I eventually got that. And there was kind of that quest, one of the first ones I tried, that really soured me on the Creation Club content. I did go back not long ago in the last roundup of my replay that I did the Oblivion themed quest, which I didn't realize you needed to be like level, oh god, like 46 to start. And by the time I double checked the requirements, I realized I was like rank 45. I tried the kill command on that boss. It did not work. I don't know why. I tried like manually setting his health lower, I think. I tried all sorts of things. I just didn't want to enable God mode for myself for the fight. I actually don't remember if I tried that and it didn't work. It might not have. But for some reason he was like immune to the kill command.
They'll pay for the murder of the Emperor. Now that we know who they are, it's only a matter of time. The sewers run underneath the whole Imperial City. There are access points in every district. The Blades have occasion to use them in our undercover work, as well as a means to move around the city without attracting attention.
I also really want to reread the two Elder Scrolls novels. I read them once forever ago, probably 10 years ago at this point. I remember liking them, but I know a lot of people said they didn't really like the writing in them. I was gonna say, if they started talking as we were trying to go on a mission. I'll just go ahead and take care of these. Actually, I'll use this one. I don't want to fill up my soul gems with weak souls.
Look out!
It's just a crab. Alright, hurry it up.
Look out!
Now, really, you shouldn't trust crab meat that's come from crabs that live in the sewers.
This one's mine!
Keep missing. I'm not gonna take the rat meat.
Together! Ah! Wrong.
Oh. Rat meat.
Look out!
Mat reet. I don't know if Boris can die in here before we get to the meeting or not. What level am I? 29. What is even over here? Nothing. Come on, Boris. Or he still thinks he's playing Morrowind, so he's not sprinting. Like, keeps his stamina. Oh, hello.
Stick together!
Quit throwing zombies at him. I'm sorry. Pretty sure he's essential until we get there. Oh, I thought the staff was what was making the zombies. Staff of Ruin. Staff of Lightning. Skulls. Almost missed you. Wait, do I have a spell that heals others? I do. Quit moving.
This one's mine!
I think he's all healed.
Look out!
Got enough crab meat. Found the Daedric Realms. One of the most fun parts is to explore in the Elder Scrolls games, though. Yeah.
Look
Why is
out!
there combat music? Where's...
Training of thousands.
Oh. I think we're almost there.
All right, the room with the table is just through this door. I always wondered who put it there. I happen to know that if you go up the stairs there, you can get a vantage point on the meeting room. I think I'd better be the one to handle the meeting. You'll be my backup. Keep watch from above in case of trouble. Good. Remember, we must not leave here without the book. It's our best chance of finding the amulet. Listen, I may not survive this. But if I don't, you must. You must recover the book and find the Amulet of Kings. I'm glad to have you at my back. Okay, let's do this.
Oh, he's already over there. Switch to that. I could put on my whole chameleon suit of clothing, but I was getting bored of being nigh invincible.
So, you want to become one of the chosen of Rune's Dagon. The path of dawn is difficult, but the rewards are great. I have the book you seek. With it and the Master's 3 other books, you will possess the key to enlightenment. But do you have the wisdom?
And someone must come along.
Kill them!
Not on this.
The time of...
That's 3 more that won't be reporting back to their master.
Did it. Mundane ring. Already got rings dedicated to things. On the 4th and last volume, and Boris survived. Let me... Actually, do I have a better healing spell? I'll worry about healing him first. I think he's already at full health.
Now that you have all 4 books, I'm going to Cloud Ruler. I'll see you back at Cloud Ruler Temple. Good luck.
Plus, this is apparently using a weaker healing spell is more efficient for leveling up restoration because it doesn't really matter the magnitude of the healing, it just matters that you healed at all, and so having a weaker one means you heal more with more button pushes, and then after that it's... oh, right, I should actually be reading these to get the skill bonuses. At least I think that's how the restoration works, from what I read.
Let's do business. A fine transaction.
I'll sell that.
You drive a hard bargain. Take care.
I didn't mean to do that. Now, to see if I can just go straight to the graveyard in the Imperial City. I was able to mute in time for that sneeze. Ugh. Where? Oh, hi. Oh, there you are. Oh wait, this is just someone's basement. Hello, frame rate, my old friend. Is there another way out? What else could there be? Oh, hi. There we go. This is where I came from, yeah. Oh, hello. Where? I usually just go through that person's basement and leave, but I wanted to see if there was another way. We potion of enchant. Oh, endurance. What else is still in here? You're a mud crab. Oh. Oh. The hell? Where am I? Why is there blood down here? 5. I think that should be it. And now I wait. Oblivion's always a pretty chill game for me. How many people we got here right now? Five watching. Oh, I must wait 1,000,000 years. That's one thing that Morrowind did that I'm like, oh man, I wish Oblivion did that, but I know the reason they don't is to give you a chance to cancel midway through. Oh, I missed it. Gotta do that all over again. I didn't realize it only lasted like 30 minutes in game time for that map. But the thing Morrowind does is when you go to wait, it actually just instantly, at least on modern hardware, finishes your wait instead of waiting like a second and a half on 1 hour, then the next hour, then the next hour. Follow the clues. Way into the shrine. Yep, and I've already been to this place, so... Let's see if that body that I left there is still there. Secret must be someone said. Okay, now we should get somewhere. Oh. Well. Oh, that's coincidental. Actually, I think I will be sneaky. I am completely invisible. What happens if I talk to him? Or can I just kill him and stealth kill everyone in the whole thing? I've never done a build of like a pure mage before, and on top of that I've never like used the sigil stones. Oh boy, that was a lot of like grab the sigil stone, reload, grab the sigil stone, reload to get enough that I'll have the 20% chameleon, and now that I've got a full suit of clothing that will give me 100% chameleon, no one can really see me or stop me.
Stop! Thief!
Now let me do that again. Now I killed the guy out there.
I am Harrow. By following the path of dawn, hidden in the writings of the master, Mankar Cameron, you have earned a place among... You have arrived at an opportune time. As a member, give me... What? I must warn you. No one leaves this place who does not bind him. But I am sure you will... Then...
Okay, let me try. Just want to see what would happen. Is my cover really blown? What did even that quest line say? Goodbye.
I do not fear death.
How do you see me? How can you see me?
Only the chosen.
I might because I've never tried it this way, I might go back to my previous load or save and go from there. Gate requires a key. Do I not have the key? Oh, I'm not fully chameleoned. Hold on. There we go. Nope. I'll try it the old-fashioned way. Though with my magic, magicka gonna be slashed because I have a bunch of enchanted gear that adds to it.
I am give very Who's there? Damn, I've lost them.
How does the Mythic Dawn know?
You are weak, like the gods you pray to.
What did it... I don't get it. Well, let me try that again. I don't know why they all of a sudden were just like...
I am as
I
give
didn't do anything unsuspicious, I don't think.
very good.
Oh, you know what? I think because I killed the guard out in front, they know. Shouldn't have done that. Never done that before. Okay, am I fully chameleoned? I'm fully chameleoned. Oh.
Praise be.
The dragon throne is empty, and we hold the amulet of kings. Praise be to your brothers and sisters. Great shall be their reward in paradise.
She dares to touch the sacred Xerxes.
No!
She
A
dares
time of friendship. He's almost here.
No! There's too many of them to really save him, but he doesn't really do anything once he makes it back to the Imperial City. Oh wait, I have a touch spell that's more effective, I think. Actually, I want to see if I can save that guy.
You are...
The dawn is breaking!
Where are you?
Almost here!
You elves are...
No! I've almost got him saved. Run, brother. Okay, good. You're still kind of safe for now.
Paradise awaits me.
It's also like just like in a spy movie where somebody karate chops the back of the person's head and they just knock out. Head north for an hour or so, you'll see a group of dead trees. Head northeast until you come to the water. Follow the shore upstream. His house is close by. Watch for bears. I don't know what that is. Is this a note? Grind clanfear claws, mandrake root into a fine powder using mortar and pestle. I'll take that. I can sell that ring. No point in getting any other rings because the ones I use are for adding to my magicka.
Dawn is breaking.
It's just so stupid. I can sell that. Cheese. Wait. That's valuable. I didn't mean to take all of that, but, you know, whatever. I don't think the Mythic Dawn robes are worth anything to sell. Even though my character... I have a Summon Merchants mod on that I just sell stuff as soon as I become over encumbered. So I've got, like, tons of gold I don't really need anymore. Speaking of...
Have a look at my ware. Let's do business.
Do I have a Daedric bow? Oh, I do.
That seems... That's more...
Wait. Oh, I thought there was a different ring of Night Eye that was like a lesser ring of Night Eye, and I'm like, aren't they all just... Isn't Night Eye just one version of this effect? There's not like a more powerful version? Ring of Endurance, Ring of Feather, Ring of Fire Shield. Ring of Shadows. I technically don't need that. I don't need
You
water
got
breathing.
a great deal there.
I don't need shield. Never really used the scrolls anyways.
Fine. Fine transaction.
Not that they ever asked for those books back. Welcome back.
And excellent buy. Bye.
Paradise awaits me.
Paradise awaits me.
I do not fear death.
I've never heard the non-elves say it that way. I've always heard the elves, like, variants say, I do not fear death. Sell that. I remember this room.
Unlocked. We just need to throw it open for Lord Dagon to enter.
Patience. We will see Lord Dagon walk the earth with our own...
that is the one thing that I guess they never really figured they would bother coding in. It was just a reaction to seeing the person in front of you just drop dead. Especially from a spell effect. Though I suppose if they did start running around and be like, who's there? Somebody's killing us! And then they, like, you know, if they did the Skyrim thing where, like, after a few minutes they're just like, I guess it was nothing. It's like, no, somebody died. But it's funnier this way. But you have to wonder if the reason they just stopped talking to the person who died is because they're like, oh, well, I didn't really like them anyway, so at least I got some peace and quiet. I'll probably die in a second, but at least I don't have to talk to that person.
Go on.
Needs a key. Oh wait, I left that one guy alive, didn't I? Ow. Or wait, I think I... Yeah, I did assign that to a button. A screenshot there for Oblivion loading. Nope, that was the one I already wrote. Door open a storeroom key. Where? I don't know where that key is that goes to the caverns. Maybe it doesn't generate if you don't have your stuff taken. I do not know. Music is ramping up to something. Not really. Just the ambient cave or dungeon music. Already been there. Guess I will just leave then. I need a key. Somebody has a key. There's probably somebody in that main shrine area. Oh no, he died! I saved him though. What killed him? What killed him? Oh, I probably should have cast a healing spell on him after I rescued him. For real though, what killed him? There's nobody else around here. Oh, probably. Oh, wait. I'm debating whether or not to just use a console command to resurrect him, because that was bullshit. I saved him. Spawn 20 more of them. You.
Ha!
There we go. What's funnier than 24? 25. Wait. Am I still not out? Oh wait, no, yeah, this is the way out. I have escaped with the Mysterium Zoxes, now to deliver to Martin at Cloud Ruler Temple. I think I will take the scenic route. Whoa! When I was in a funny mood, I'd spawn the common Argonian corpse NPC in Skyrim like 20 times. I don't know what that means, the common Argonian corpse. Oh, wait. Those are rookie numbers. Gotta pump those numbers up. Well, you get a high amount of you. Well, you get a high amount of you spam if you spam the command over and over. If you can count them, that's not enough. The funny thing was, I spend some time on the Oblivion subreddit just browsing what stories people have about the game. And I will occasionally hear stories that people would just use the duplication glitch and essentially spawn in like hundreds of sigil stones or watermelons in a district of the Imperial City or like some town, and then they, rather than load an old save and undo the mistake, they just kept playing and were just like, I guess I'm never going to that town again because it crashes the game. And I'm like, why would you not just unload your save? But I guess I haven't been a teenager for quite a while, so I don't know the inner workings of a young mind when it comes to goofing off in a video game. Some dead bodies in Skyrim are just called Redguard. Huh. I only very recently, like in the last few years, like switched to PC, so most of most of my time playing Skyrim and Oblivion up until like 4 or 5 years ago was done on Xbox. Oh. What's my... Someone flame atronach? Lightning smack. That's probably the one I'll use. Likely a sense of pride perhaps to have a town in such a bad state you can't visit them. Yeah. I know I had done that same kind of glitch, though, like, on a few times back on Xbox 360, but I would always just immediately unload the save and go back. It was actually a funny moment. I've told this story on, like, various platforms before, but one of the first few times I played Oblivion, back before I had my own Xbox 360 and copy of the game, I was at a friend's house, and there were a few of us there, like, spending the night. And they couldn't decide on what to play, and I'm just like, can I play Oblivion? And so they're like, yeah, sure. And they let me start up a new save, make a new character. I start going through the tutorial dungeon, but as I get to the part where the Emperor leaves you and you have to go, like, experiment with your different stuff, the game kind of gives you one of each type of category of weapon. And you fight those first few rats from the game. Before I did that, I went to the restroom, and when I came back, the rats were suddenly kicking my ass and killing me over and over, and I'm like, what the hell? I died like 4 or 5 times, and then I'm like, wait a minute. And then I load up the settings and take a look at what difficulty was at, and they had cranked the difficulty all the way up to max. Because I think those tutorial rats are notoriously tough on max difficulty. Before you even get a sword. Oh. You didn't damage anything, did you? Okay, good. There's the Spriggan. I also didn't know until very recently that, that it wasn't until Skyrim that they really separated the Frost does stamina damage, lightning does magicka damage, and flames deal health damage. And that lightning is kind of just, for your bang for your buck, the best of the damage types in Oblivion. It's like the sense of... oh. Should be a mechanic for the wildlife to flee when you reach a certain level, but then again, bandits don't even do that. Yeah. Considering the bandits end up, like, just magically across the world getting Daedric armor and ebony once you're high enough level, and they're just like, oh, I can take on anything. This would probably be the justification. So there is... it wasn't until Skyrim that the last bandit alive out of a group of like 7 or 8 would be like, ah, screw this, I'm out of here, and flees. Oh, today was a productive day, though. Oh, I'm almost there. I'm near a Daedric shrine. Which one is this? I forget. I could also level up my conjuration while I'm going. Namira's shrine. I'll be completely honest, I do not know what her Daedric artifact is, and I very frequently... well, I've never really memorized the, what each Daedra or Aedra are, like, gods of. I know I know the ones that have been like major key players in a game or a DLC. Like Mehrunes Dagon is the Lord of Change and Destruction. Hermaeus Mora is the Prince of Knowledge and Secrets. I know Akatosh is like the God of Time. But those are really the only three that I can like name off the top of my head. I can't remember if there's another one I'm getting Nocturnal confused with, who's like the patron of the Thieves Guild. I also didn't like the Thieves Guild in Skyrim either. I did like I don't really like the Thieves Guild in Oblivion, but I like the Oblivion Thieves Guild more than I like the one in Skyrim. I feel a crash might happen soon. I don't know why. I am almost there. Gets mauled by a bear, but is completely fine. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Shadow key on the Nokia N-Gage. What about it? I know it exists, but I have, I don't even know where I would look to get like an N-Gage emulator to try it. I don't even think I'd probably like it. As it stands, I really don't think I would enjoy Daggerfall or Arena, but I've played Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. I only played Morrowind very recently for the first time that was successful for me to actually have fun with it and play it all the way through. My blade skill is very low. That of this bear has just too much health. I enjoy the idea lore-wise of an item equal in power that of an Elder Scroll. Which item are you referring to? The N-Gage itself? Or... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, there it is. Didn't render. Oh, Shadow Keys. Okay, so I guess I should point out, I've heard of the game Shadow Key, but I don't know what a Shadow Key even is, so I'll check that out on UESP later. Nokia phones were, like, famous for being nigh indestructible. I think I remember a joke that, like, Thor's hammer was actually, like, a Nokia phone. Mjolnir. Oh, I thought that'd only be one hit. Sell some stuff real quick.
May I interest you in some of my fine ware? Be seeing you.
Oh wait, no, there was one more thing I wanted to sell.
Thank Talos you've returned safely. Do you have the amulet? Please tell me you have some good news. Ah, good. You should take that to Martin right away. He'll be in the Great Hall reading. He's hardly taken time to sleep since you left.
I think the joke was partially on the quality of the Finnish craftsmanship, so just like a Finnish hammer could be Thor's hammer, just any hardware store in the country.
I offer. What can I interest you in?
Also, if you're wondering why I have like I have paintbrushes in case they come in handy, but I have a few like miscellaneous items like bones in case I need to for screenshots for the Oblivion loading account, just like plant silly items on corpses.
Good morning,
Comes in handy every now and again.
Good morning, ma'am.
Ah, you're back. I told Joffrey not to worry. I can see you've had bad news. You didn't recover the amulet, did you? By the Nine! Such a thing is dangerous even to handle! Forgive me. You were right to bring it, but you'd better give it to me. I know some ways to protect myself from its evil power. I don't know. Maybe. I suspect that the secret of how to open a portal to Cameron's paradise lies within these pages. But I will need time. Tampering with dark secrets, even just reading them, can be very dangerous. I'll have to proceed carefully.
I know that feeling all too well.
In the meantime, you should
get
speak
lost
to
in
Joffrey.
Wikipedia.
He was concerned about reports of spies in Bruma.
Spies in Bruma?
It is now clear to me that the only way to stop the Oblivion invasion is to relight the Dragonfires. Emperor, Amulet, and Dragonfire. With these divine gifts, the Daedra of Oblivion have been kept at bay for thousands of years. While the Dragonfires burned, the divine barriers kept the Daedra from making more than fleeting visits to our world. But the Dragonfires can only be relit by an heir of the Septim blood, wielding the Amulet of Kings. This was the essence of Manca Cameron's plot. He was undone only by the merest chance. But his complete victory remains perilously close. We must recover the Amulet of Kings and relight the Dragonfires before it is too late to stem Dagon's invasion. This evil book was written by Mehrunes Dagon himself and given by him to Manca Cameron. I believe Manca Cameron used it to create his paradise. It should give us the means to open a gate there ourselves. I will continue studying it. I put aside the dark arts when I became a priest, but the workings of fate may be seen in this too. The gods can turn anything to good, or so I piously told those who came to see me for advice. Perhaps I may yet come to believe it myself. I hope to have at least part of the Mysterium Xarxes translated in a few days. Speak to Joffrey about those spies in the meantime.
Okay. I think I might do some side questing after that, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep streaming for. I might call it here pretty soon.
Good morning, ma'am.
Where even is Joffrey? Oh, he's probably upstairs.
Good morning, ma'am.
There he is. Actually, handling social media like dark magic scrolls might actually be better for people's mental health. Yeah. Especially when you get into doom scrolling. Are there any books here, skill books? I don't think so.
Ma'am?
Oh, but yeah, I think I actually might call it here. My stomach is feeling a little rumbly, so I might want to take something for it. Save. I'll continue that next time. Whether I do that on stream or not, we'll see, but I will probably stream again as, I don't know, It depends on when things line up here at home, when I can kind of get the house to myself. But we will see, and I'll keep people on the channel posted. For now, though, have a good one, everyone. Yeah, I'm glad I was entertaining. Have a good one.